Well, hello there, everybody. Welcome on in. I hope we are all having an amazing day. Happy Friday. We'll see how long I'm on. Right now, my pain is okay. For those who don't know, I am waiting to get a root canal, and I've been sick. So I figured why not get ready and try to feel better. So we're here. Um, Welcome in. We got Andrew in here with the first. Hello, Mike Rob. Hello, everyone else. How we all doing today? Guys, tell me what you did for New Year's. Did you guys do anything out? You're gonna crash out? What do you mean you're gonna crash out, Mike Rob? We haven't even got started yet. You gotta at least not go to sleep until we do the devotional. I didn't really do anything other than spend time with my Discord family, and then 10 minutes before the ball dropped, I went and watched it um with my family. Oh my goodness! Minecraft subscribing for 5 months with Prime. Let's go. It won't let you buy Pokeballs? Why? Why is it not letting you buy Pokeballs? Come on, Pokemon community game. That item isn't available for purchase? Have you tried doing not on here but like in the about me section, um the little app thing that's on there? We're still doing this. At least until February. Thank you, Mike Rob. Let's go. Hi, Crackle Jacks. Long time no see. I haven't seen you since last year. How are you? Hello, hello. It's good to see you all. I know it's been forever, you guys. It's been like a whole year. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Howdy, Crackle. Good to see you guys. $3,000 required for 10 Pokeballs? You need to sell your Pokemon so you have enough money to buy Pokeballs. Mike Rom. Happy Moo Year! Moo. Okay, so thank you for the lurk. Let's go ahead and get started. We are gonna do our devotional first. It is now officially Devo time, and then we're gonna get into some Palia today. And um, so the last few days, because I've been sick, but I haven't felt good enough to go live, I've been playing Palia with a few of my friends on Discord. And tell me why I have not done certain tasks and they're so easy and I don't understand why I never did them. Like I should be so much farther in the game than I am now. So we're going to do that today. We're going to finish some of these main quests and actually start getting like, not having the makeshift axes. I should have been on like standard or the fine axes like a long time ago. Never was. So we're gonna do some actual stuff today. We're gonna get stuff done in the game, but first, let's do our devotional. So our devotional is called A Reminder of Sin and a Better Reminder Still. We're going to do Hebrews chapter 10, verses 1 through 7, focusing on verse 3, and I will tell you why in a minute. So, I'm going to read it and then I'm going to start with the devotional. So, Hebrews 10, verses 1 through 7. For the law, since it has only a shadow of the good things to come, and not the form of those things itself, can never by the same sacrifices which they offer continually every year make those whose approach perfect. Otherwise, would they have not ceased to be offered, because of the worshippers, having once been cleansed, would no longer have had consciousness of sins? But in those sacrifices there is a reminder of sins every year. For it is impossible for the blood of bulls and goats to take away sins. Therefore, when he comes into the world, he says, "You have not desired sacrifice and offerings, but you have prepared a body for me. You have not taken pleasure in whole burnt offerings and offerings for sin." Then I said, "Behold, I have come. It is written of me in the scroll of the book to do your will, O God." What's with the camera flicker? What do you mean? What's with the camera flicker? What do you mean camera flickers? Turns out it was your end. I was about to say, it looks pretty okay on my side. Okay, so Hebrews 10 opens with a sobering truth. The Old Testament sacrificial system was never meant to remove sin, only to remind people of it. The law was a shadow of the good things to come, not the substance. Every sacrifice, every ritual, every day of atonement whispered the same message: you still need cleansing. And then we reach verse chapter 3, which is what we're focusing on. But those sacrifices are an annual reminder of sins. So, what does that mean? Under the Old Covenant, worshippers were confronted again and again with their failures. The sacrifices didn't ease guilt, they highlighted it. They were a mirror, not a cure. As one commentary notes, the offerings could not make those who approach perfect. You can find that in the Enduring Word. They could only point to the one who would. The reminder was necessary, but it was never meant to be permanent. But here's the good news: Jesus steps into the passage in verses 5 through 7, and he comes saying, "Sacrifice and offering you did not desire, but a body you prepared for me." Christ becomes the once for all sacrifice the old system could only hint at. No more annual reminders, no more cycles of guilt, and no more shadows. Where the old covenant reminded us of sin, the new covenant reminds us of a savior, Jesus Christ. So many of us still live like we're under verse 3. We carry guilt God has already forgiven. We rehearse failures Jesus already paid for. We let shame become our annual reminder, even though the cross has spoken a better word. But Hebrews 10 invites us to step out of that cycle. The old sacrifices reminded us of sin. Jesus reminds us of grace. The old covenant said, "You're still not clean," but Jesus said, "It is finished." The old system kept people returning with the same offering. Jesus offered himself once and sat down. Here is a prayer. Heavenly Father, we just thank you that we are no longer under the constant reminder of our sin. Thank you, Jesus, who became the perfect sacrifice once and for all. Lord, just help us to walk in the freedom of your forgiveness, not the shadows of our past. Teach us to remember grace more loudly than we remember our guilt. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Okay, so in conclusion, in the end, Hebrews 10:3 reminds us that the old sacrifices were constant reminders of sin, shadows that could never cleanse the heart. But Jesus stepped into the story as the perfect sacrifice, ending the cycle of guilt and offering a once for all forgiveness the law could never provide. We no longer live under yearly reminders of our failures, we live under a daily reminder of grace. Where the old covenant said, "Remember your sin," the new covenant says, "Remember your Savior." And because of Christ, we can walk forward not in shame, but in confidence and freedom, knowing that the work is finished and that the way to God is open through Christ. That's it. That's the study. Very good, very good. So I was right now for the new year I'm reading Psalms, and then I'm also um in the middle of trying to read all the Bible throughout, and then writing notes and stuff and filling out my Bible. And so I'm in Hebrews right now, and I read that. I read verse 3 and was like, "Wow, very interesting." So I wanted to do a devotional on that for you guys today. So, okie dokie. Now we're gonna get into some awesome gaming of Palia. We're actually gonna get stuff done today. I've been wanting to do stuff and haven't been able to, so I've just been gathering resources so I can make an axe. This applies every time you sin. Do not sin assuming you'll be forgiven, but when you sin, give it to him immediately, not just the sin, but also the guilt and shame of that sin. Dwelling on sin and feeling bad about it is also not good for your soul and leads to more sin. Immediately take it to him, genuinely repent, and ask for forgiveness. Then actually give him the sin and the shame. Ask him to wash you of it and actually allow yourself to be washed. Go on and sin no more, but also think of that sin no more. Amen. Yeah. Like I said, we all fall short. There's a difference of willfully sinning and you fall short of God's standard. You know, we all fall short. But that's the difference of following Christ and not following Christ. Um what was I gonna do? Oh, I was gonna check these things. Do I want to do copper or more? Let's do more of this. Okay, I think I was doing this, and I need one more piece of iron. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna request some iron and hope that someone gives it to us. Because why not? You know? We're gonna also go find some, but yeah. Also, I just like requesting like quartz or emeralds or whatever, because most of the time people will give it to you and then you can just sell it and make some money. So that's what I do. Okay. I always struggled with actually moving on from it. I'd ask forgiveness, but dwell on it all day and just crush my soul. Yeah. I understand that. Oh my goodness, how many things do I have? I got lots of items. Ooh. Why can't you put him there? He has to be on the ground? I'll put him there. 7? Whoa. And 6. And then 5. Can you put stuff on here? You can! You can put stuff in here too! Oh my goodness, I love that. Okay. This I don't want in the same area as the other thing. We'll put that there. And then 2. We'll do that. And then 1. We'll put this one in here. And then I have another snowman. Well, I don't want the snowman next to the fire, so I'll put him right here. He's kind of like, peep, right there. And then, okay. I think that's good. Gotta do my little gardening first. Whee! Do 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 do. Thank the Lord. Oh my goodness. People are amazing on here. Guys, if you don't use this request thing, use it. People will just randomly fulfill your request. It's amazing. Definitely take advantage of it. I don't know how. So when you click, if you're using your PC and you're using your keyboard, you're gonna click O, and this goes to your friends list. So, for instance, you know, Mike Rob is on. He's at, oh, he's right there. He's helping me water. Oh, hi, Mike Rob. So we got Mike Rob in here, and like your other friends and stuff. But you click right here, and it says request. You're gonna click request, and then there's gonna be like a plus sign. So you're gonna click the plus sign, and anything that you need or you're trying to get, like even if it's like a quest or like you need more materials, you just request, and you can request up to 4 each time. And then you'll, if people complete it, you'll hear like a little ding ding ding, like I did, and then you can go back, and then you gotta make sure you click them to claim them. But yeah. Hello. Here, I'm gonna be in the crew. Is there a way to edit the status of the crew so people know I'm live? Okay. Just so people know. Okay, so I'm just letting you guys know I'm in Discord. So if you join, just be aware I'm live, and but you can join to talk or whatever. I need to add the crew. Okay. Hello, Wolverine. Tire puns are the worst. They're all worn out. Can you craft a barn bell? I don't know what that is, Minecraft. Apparently I have not done a whole bunch of stuff, but you know what? Let's do my first task. Our first quest that I haven't done, and I don't know why I have never done it because I couldn't find it apparently. We're gonna solve this riddle, okay? We're gonna go take this watering can out to the place. And we're gonna follow Mike Rob, and he's gonna take us back to that one place. I have a feeling, kind of the idea of where it's at, because he showed me. But yeah. We're doing main task first. We're getting me a glider, okay? That I haven't done yet. We're going to accomplish this. We're gonna accomplish it. Okay. Once it loads, eventually. I want a barn bell. I want to be able to have cows. I want Oramus. Are we good? Okay. Lead the way. Whee! Thank you. Not enough room. Oh, not enough renown. Sorry, Minecraft, I got distracted. Hold on. I know, I just wanted to see the thing. I've been here in forever because I couldn't find it. So you know why the Star Wars movies were released 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, right? Because in charge of the order what Yoda was. That's so funny. Okay, so this. You remember that, right? The strange writing says, knowledge grows the mind even in times of strife. To enter here, you must supply that which grows life. Well, other than sun, what else grows life? Water! This is all I had to do. I couldn't tell if you actually thought it was amusing or if it was a pity laugh. No, that was funny to me. You actually did it! I heard the rumbling and came running! This place is amazing. It must have been some kind of temple. You know what's sad though, Wolverine? I should have done this at the very start! This should have been done a long time ago! It must have been some kind of temple. Can you actually read the carvings on the walls? This is ancient human writing. Actually, no, that makes perfect sense. You're a human. Of course you can read your own language. You scout ahead, Hecla, and I'll survey this room to see what we can learn. Is this your record? No. I've got my copy safe under my cot. They're really good for background noise while I'm working on my thesis. I love mushrooms. Did you know that every region in Palia has its own unique type of mushroom? It's true. That's why I always make sure to try local mushrooms wherever I travel. Mushrooms are like the archaeology of food.
I forgot to eat again. Oh, my dragon.
Why can't I give you a gift?
I really should get back to it.
Are you in need of sustenance?
What is it that you require? I found this mechanical foot. That happens the unusual energy I suddenly detected. May I take a closer look at it? Sure, have it. I didn't even read the riddle. I seen an empty bowl and put water in it. No! David! Oh my goodness! Thank you for subbing! Happy 4 months! Let's go! Thank you, David! Woo! Guys, and he subbed at tier 2. Because David's awesome. Let's go! Thank you! Hype. Yes, hype. Definitely a hype. I see the flow pattern was familiar. I was not certain of the owner until I got a closer look. This appendage belongs to an old Galdar friend of mine. Enor? No, Enor has both of his feet. You recovered one of another Galdor's 2 missing feet. How'd he lose them? It was a long story, not mine to tell. Most Galdors are created out of natural materials such as wood, stone, and clay. What binds us together are the runes on our bodies. When our runes take damage, it is not uncommon for us to lose connectivity to our limbs. This may result in them being unstable or simply falling apart. In that case of my old friend, all of his appendages fell off at some point after leaving the family we both served. Juice. Which family? I do not wish to disclose their identity. After disaster struck, I was afraid he had expired. However, that was not the case. Though faint, his energy persisted. As I slept in solitude through endless sun cycles, his presence never faded away. It was one of the few constants of our ever-changing world. You were never really alone. Your presence must have comforted him too. Comfort? Is that what our connection provided me? I did not consider the possibility my existence gave him comfort during those times. The thought is pleasing. What does the shirt say? I didn't catch it since you were moving too quick. It says, get used to different. It's a chosen shirt. Get used to different. Yee. My Gina often compares the relationships between bonded Galdors to that of twin siblings, constant across time, space, and realms, a link incapable of being broken. Togetherness in separation. Togetherness in separation. Everyone deserves a connection like that. I wish I had a friend's foot. I agree. That is why it is the utmost importance for me to ensure my Gina maintains healthy social connections. I did not pick that option, by the way. I will not keep you any longer. Thank you for finding my friend's missing foot. Unless you are opposed, I would like to keep it close to me so that I can more strongly feel his presence. When I am not busy attending to my Gina's needs, perhaps I will reflect on memories from times past. Are you okay? You seem quiet. We should not be here. Especially not Gina. What? Why? This is a sad place. I am prohibited from saying more at this time. I'm sorry. Please do not ask me any more questions.
Initiating goodbye ritual.
Yes, ma'am.
The order is here for you.
I do not sense anyone here in this area. I believe it is safe for the time being. You may rest easy and focus on the investigation. I will stay on guard here. Should anything happen, I will respond immediately. Otherwise, let me know if you find any clues. Keep an eye out for anything that has changed in the temple since you last visited as well. New pathways, strange runes, and the like. This chamber was added for your protection. Do not give up your faith. The king shall free us when it is safe, and our people will roam the land again. I got a rock! A mysterious rock. It looks like a fossil. Also, in your items, you got your regular items, you got your ammo. You got all your things and stuff that you can read up on. Mysterious rock, a strange stone of some kind that was found discarded in the dirt inside the Temple of the Waves. A tiny circlet that is too small even to be a ring for a normal sized person. Anyway, who does this belong to? A queen! Oh yeah, I gotta find the queen bee. I gotta return that to Kenyatta. And I have no idea who to talk about these stones with. What does the title even mean? Hehehehe. Wait, Minecraft, why don't I have my glider yet?
We are here to keep you safe.
Have you found any clues? I found a strange stone. That is a rune stone. The rune carved into it translates to fly. I suppose our mysterious intruder is not a fan of gliding or following guidelines on frivolous magic usage. This stone appears to be handmade. Whoever carved it must be well versed in rune writing. The execution is immaculate.
For the good of all.
Have you found any clues? Well, that's what I found! Have finished this quest, then go outside and talk to the weird boy. The weird boy? What do you mean the weird boy? But I want to fly over there! Look how cool that looks! I need my glider to fly over there. Walk out and talk to Gina. Fine.
Learn anything new?
Can you believe I'm the only scholar doing her thesis on human re-emergence? I found something up ahead. What is it? A huge cliff, some big ruins. A ruin, intriguing. Perhaps this was a temple. I wouldn't try navigating that area without a glider. You'll need to speak with Najuma. Oh, Najuma. Najuma's not a weird boy. It's a girl. Microb? About building new one. She usually hangs around Bahari Bay. Okie dokie. I guess I have to leave this place. Probably why I thought he was a weird boy. She's a girl. She's awesome once you get to know her. She's just very, you know, she keeps to herself. And her father is very protective of her. Okay, so where is this at? I just gotta remember this is here. Because I want that box, you guys. I want to glide off this thing and go down there. I will do it. We will get the glider. We will go to Bahari Bay. Why is it still telling me I'm in here? I'm not in there. I'm outside. I'm not in here. I'm out. I'm out in a boot. I'm going. I'm going. Whee! any carrots? I don't know if Tao would like anything I have. I'll just talk to you because you're cute. Woof woof. Sniff sniff. Sneeze. Awoo! Tao rubs his face with his paws. He's so cute! Oh wait. Hold on. I gotta talk to you. Ossian. No, how?
Get on with it.
What do you want? I want to talk with you. Just like spending time at the lake. Oh, he likes to spend time at the lake. It's very quiet here. Usually. Well,
Try not to
sorry
cause any trouble.
that I bothered you. Ooh. I don't want this map. I gotta find Bahari Bay. I don't remember where it's at. I'm so bad at maps. You know what? We got this. There's tons of fish in Palia, but some only bite at certain times. Well, I gotta put stuff in here anyway, so why not? You know. I also want to give Gina baked mushrooms. Would she like actual mushrooms or would she like baked mushrooms? A macaroon. Oh wait. I need that for a quest. Our first fine pick. That means I can pick things that are more things that need to be picked. Oh my goodness, look at that. A fine pick for mining minerals from the land deals more damage than the standard pick can mine iron and pallium. This is what I needed! Thank the Lord. Now I gotta work on getting all the other things. You know how many things I gotta make now? Guys, I have not even made any of these standard tools, okay? So now, I gotta work on making all these standard tools, so I need lots of planks and copper now, which is what we're working on. Which is what we're working on right now. Okay, bye! I'm in the middle of expanding my house in the game. At the moment, I need to expand this area, right? But then I have to move all this stuff. And I don't feel like moving it right now, so they can wait. I gotta get rights as well, which I can show you guys too. Hold on for a minute. Oh, I forgot to bring the mushroom. hold on. I was gonna bring her a mushroom. Like cooked mushroom, to see if she'd like it. And then if she doesn't like cooked mushroom, then I can give her regular mushroom. And then Tao likes carrots. So I need to get him a carrot. Walking out back of the house goes straight to Bahari Bay, ma'am. I know, but I'm busy doing something else. Minecraft, have you not figured out I get super distracted and it takes me forever to do quests? Have you not figured this out yet? Would you like a staircase mushroom? Or the elder clam mushroom? I got bright mushrooms. What kind? What's her favorite mushroom? I got all the mushrooms. You know what? I'm gonna take one of each. And see if what she likes. You know, some people like different types of mushrooms. Look, I even have a clam mushroom meat. Okay, well I got lots of mushrooms. No. You know what? I'm gonna be good and I'm just gonna go this way. And do what I'm supposed to be doing and not get too distracted. I can go say hi to people later, I guess. A leopard!
Hmm. Oh. Ah. Huh.
I don't think I have the expert.
Oh,
Hold on. Enter. I can't do it. I can't help. I don't know. Can I do this one? No. I don't think I can do this one either. Okay, I can't do that one either. I can't help. Wow.
Nah. Oh.
Okay. No. Let me go find my person. I need to update my axe next. so I can help people do those things. Because you're supposed to work together and do it. And I just fail. I'm a failure. Oh, Minecraft, we can do this one. Well, I can do this one. I just got to work, but I'll pop back in if you're on for a while. Okay, have a good day at work. Yay! What? Wow. I don't remember how to get out here and go to the other side. That's what I've been trying to do. I'm failing at that. Ooh, this one got garnet. Ooh, please, please, please. My makeup real tight. Please, there is me. Like the others. Ah, I'm trying to figure out what to eat. Okay. Oh, okay. We gotta go round. Okay. We got this. We got this. Stop being distracted. It's not my fault. I get distracted easily. Hence why I have a redeem to not have me be distracted, okay? And half the time it's me just getting lost, okay? Or not remembering where I'm going. And then it takes me a while to go find my way back to where I need to go. So, there. Whee! Why was there like 5 bazillion of them? So there, I mean, you're playing a game that quite literally has a map, so how do you get... Exactly! I don't know how. It just happens, okay? I literally have to look at my map forever. Because, okay, wouldn't you think that if you enter through here, right, that you can just go through here? But no. This is not an entrance. There's no way to get up here. Unless you go around here and then go down this way to jump off to get over into here, the flooded fortress, which is the sunken city. So you literally have to go all the way around to here just to get back to this area. And I always forget, and I always get lost in that circle and have to get back out. It's annoying. Just saying. Najuma! I need you!
Are you talking
It's
to
kind
me?
of nice to see more people around here. I forget. I don't think I have any weeds for her. Darn it. Can you build me a glider? Oh, I can help you with that. I've been troubleshooting my glider tech lately, and I need a bunch of volunteers to help me with the aerodynamics and stuff. I do it myself, but my dad's been really overprotective lately. He won't let me in the mines, won't let me jump off the cliffs. Ugh! If you're interested, I can make one for you, too. Just bring me the supplies.
Bye.
What's your surprise? What is it? Sapwood and Cernocide. Sapwood and Cernocide? I could do that real quick. Where's a tree? Let me knock down some trees real quick. I need a tree. Time to go hunting. Time to get my hunting skills on. Time for some hunting skills. Oh yeah. Time to get you. Hehe. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I need... What do I need? Did I get it? Did I do it? Return to Najuma! Yes! Oh yeah. Ooh, I'm a hunter and gatherer. We... Okay, watch this. Bam. Look at there. Look at thee there. Some people think it's boring all the way out here, but I like it. I brought the supplies for the glider. You gotta get 3 Cernicide? Yeah. Okay, nice. Let me just put this all together, and there, let me know if anything goes wrong or if something falls apart or something. But I wouldn't worry, I've worked out most of the kinks already. Fly like a bird, gonna fly away.
Okay, bye.
Thank you! Yes! Thank you! Thank you! Wait, hold up. Wait. I want to give you a gift. Do you like grilled meat? This is for me? Huh? Thanks. Yes! He likes it.
I suppose I'll be seeing her around.
I know she likes the weeds, and I have no weeds, so she's out of luck. Unless I somehow come across the weed. She out of luck. 8 minutes available, huh? Okay, next. Next round of busyness. I gotta go talk to Ani and the other places real quick. I gotta go to that back to that one place and jump off the cliff. Now I can get stuff that I normally can't get because I'm really good at finding treasure chests. But I can never get them because I jump. And then I just drown because I don't have a glider. And now that I have a glider, that won't happen. Oh, right. Where is it at? Gaming? Add friend. AJ. The gaming. Wait. Okay, I'll have to... Players offline. Reskinned party invite? What's that mean? I don't know what reskin party invite means. Hi, Danny! I know, I missed Pichu too. Oh my goodness, so many people. So many people I have to talk to and do quests for. Whee! Okay. Aw, I'm so happy to see you here, Danny. Let's go. We're on our rocket ship, moving through the sky. Little Einsteins. Whee! I've always had an account, but no friends normally on here. Oh, well, now I'm on here. So now you can watch. You like watching video games, Danny? Wait, what am I waiting on? What am I doing? You wanna play it on your Switch tomorrow? Ooh, what game? I've come to believe this place was called the Temple of the Waves. I was sent to explore it to ensure the village and its shadow is safe. Who were these people? Why did they build such a magnificent structure only to lock it away? It took ages to acquire what was needed to open the outer door, an ancient battery of sorts, and now I'm faced with yet another obstacle. This new door is covered in an ancient language, one we cannot yet understand. There is no slot for another battery. Zindrik is calling me from the entrance. It appears our battery is failing, and my time is short. Perhaps someday someone shall solve this puzzle. If you're reading this, you may be that person. Best of luck to you. The spirit of Kilima is behind you. K. Pahari. Yeah, I got my glider.
The order is here for you.
Have you found any clues? Well, I'm about to. Are you ready, guys? This is what I've been waiting for all my life. Ah! We made it to the other side! The strange writing says storage in the human language. There are additional carvings below it that are hard to make out. The door won't budge. I think you may have skipped a step. What do you mean you may have skipped a step? I had kind of an Hecla up there when I had to jump over. Oh, whoops. Gina, oh. I sit here waiting, wondering. I wonder whether you made it to one of the other temples in time. I wonder whether those temples held up at all. I wonder when we will see each other again. Dear Glocka, if you are reading this, know the one thing I do not wonder about is our love. No matter how angry the others get, it's that love that keeps me grounded. I hope somehow or another that you can feel it too. We will meet again one day, Alba. This book is nearly crumbled, but seems to be focused on how to find meaning in the realm of sleep. A book focused on the life of a man named Sadil Zentrix. Most of the pages have been lost to no time. You flip through the book, which is a compendium of sometimes strange, sometimes familiar creatures that roam the world in human times. As you pull the book out to investigate, you hear a click. You flip through the book, which is a sometimes strange, sometimes an introduction by Walter W. Hydrox. Checked out How I Saved the World, an autobiography checked out by this person. The Lost Cities, Secret History by Hidjorta, checked out by Titus. This door is locked. Hold on, I'm reading things. Why can't I read this scroll? Maybe I'll do that after.
We are here to protect you.
This door was blocked by Rebel previously, was it not? It is locked now, but perhaps there are clues near here and as to how we might gain passage. Any idea on unlocking the door? Can you get Twitch on the Switch? I have no idea. I could not tell you that because I don't have a said Switch. We just playing different games at this point. That door had a boulder in front of it for me and nobody to talk to. Because I skipped a whole bunch of steps. This is so funny. Some dust is missing from a few books on the shelves. Perhaps our intruder was inspecting them. That's because I never did this quest, so I did every other quest except for the glider quest. I'm telling you, this messed me up so badly because I was like, what? Why? I also see a tablet on the Rebel near the door. It was not there before. Perhaps you should check and see if it you have not already. If it is connected to the bookshelves, make sure you check the one to the east. It's a bit hidden, as I recall.
We are here to protect you.
There must be a way past this door. Some dust is missing from a few books on the shelves. Perhaps our intruder was inspecting them. I also see a tablet. I already did all that! Earlier it was letting me click things and now it's not letting me click things. Wait, do I need my tablet? Don't I have a tablet? I think I have a rune thingy. If I put it up. Water. Is everything about water? Or I just need to, you know, water some books or something? Water some books? I don't know. Did you do the fish puzzle? Fish puzzle? What do you mean the fish puzzle? Okay, I think I need to go back and talk to people because it's not letting me. I gotta talk to Gina. Okay, how do I get back over there though?
Need any help?
Excellent, you brought the glider.
Huh?
I've been trying to figure out the purpose of this place while you were gone. Unfortunately, process has been slow. I spotted something glowing across the gorge. It sort of reminds me of something I found near my tent, like human-made. It looks like some kind of ancient carving. If only I could study it up close. That's why you've got me! Right. Do your best to make your way over there and stay safe, okay? We'll do our best to keep an eye on you. I think the temple's puzzle was hiding something. I doubt it's just one thing. Humans had a lot of secrets, many we don't know about. The Academy may know more, but they won't go forthcoming. We'll have to do our own research. This is mission. Should we stop? What do you think it is? I don't know. When humans disappeared, a lot of their records went with them. I think these places may be the key to the truth is all.
Huh. Can I eat today?
Okay, well... Okay, I talked to her, so now maybe I do the puzzle. see if the fishy puzzle, I can do it now. I know my crab. That was easy. That's how you do the stones. Ooh. Oh, I just do, and it did. Look, this was the other one I did when I was with Ani and Nail. So I already know how to do that. Like I kind of knew what to do already, kind of ish. Anyway, thank you very much.
Huh?
Thank you.
Illegal materials can and will
There
be
must be
confiscated.
a way past this door. I did the fishy thing!
Oh.
The one to the east.
Hi.
I was so lost in my research I almost didn't see you there. Explain what happened with the puzzle. So the image I saw was some kind of ancient puzzle, and you heard the sound when you matched all the pictures up. Like I said before, there's another one of these in the ruins across the river from my tent. Maybe we should check it out. They might be responding to your presence. Ooh. So I can't go there yet because I have to go to her tent place. Great. I'll be back. I'll be back. Now, something I get to do because I didn't do it earlier because I didn't have a glider. So you guys get to know this spot. Now that I have a glider, I can show you it. I've been wanting to do it this whole time. Okay. It might look crazy. Because I'm just going to jump off this. Are you ready? Oh, wait. Hold on. It won't let me. Hold on. Let me find a different spot. Why won't it let me? I just wanted to jump off. But it's okay. We'll do it here. Okay. Hold on. Let me try again. I broke the game! It crashed! What is wrong with my computer? I'm putting this in Discord and chat so you guys can see. I'm putting it in gaming. We are sorry that this crash occurred. Our goal is to prevent crashes like this. So it's not just Fortnite, it's my computer. GPU crash dump triggered. Send and restart. So, how are you guys doing today? How's life? It should show up anytime soon. Hello? Restart, please. Also, at 10 p.m., you guys, 10 p.m., if anyone wants to play with me, my Discord is open. Like I said, I'm in there. So just come say hello at 10 p.m. Gaming with friends, even if my computer breaks down. I'm good, just playing my normal Wuthering Waves game. Gotta catch all the characters. Well, it's kind of expensive to get them all. Oh, you gotta buy all your characters? Or is it working? Is it working? At least it reopened, not like Fortnite does. Fortnite, every time it crashes, I have to restart my whole computer. It's luck you get draws for playing the game, but the good ones are limited and rotate every month or so. Oh, okay, got it. Play. A bergamite! Okay. Loading. Just loading. Gotta sit up. Fix my stature. Hello. Now, how am I supposed to get off of this? Not that. Okay. I got an idea because I'm so smart. When in doubt and stuck, go back to your plot. That's a good tip, you guys. If you're ever stuck in a situation, go back to your housing plot. Just teleport back. Because there ain't no way I was gonna get off of that thing.
It's been a hard
Howdy
day.
there, to borrow
But
one of
nothing a good chin wipe
Badru's
can't
turns
cure.
of phrase. I hope I'm not bothering you, but I just wanted to make ye aware of a new initiative I'm starting up. Tell me more! It's a chance to get some exercise, a breath of fresh air, and maybe even make a few gold pieces if you play your cards right. What's the opportunity? Neo and I have been hard at work opening up a new ranch just outside of Okilma, and we're wondering if you might be interested in owning a pen or two and raising some livestock. Yes, of course. Yes, yes, yes. Can I write in Oramu? Well, no, it's Riff Rocks. They're for riding, but yeah, we'll get to milk 'em. Speaking of Riff Rocks, Neo gave me this bell that will summon Sugarfoot to take you to the ranch when you're ready. All you gotta do is give her a ring.
It's nice to have someone who wants to listen.
So this whole time I could have. This whole time I could have had a barn if I got my glider a long time ago. There's an unstuck button. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I could have done so many things. I want to sell that. I think she would like these more rare ones. I want to maybe give her this one to see if she likes it. Okay. We gotta go say hi to the cows. Hydrate! Hydrate! Hydrate with some water. Cause I gotta stay hydrated. Hi Ray, how are you doing? Happy New Year! Happy Moo Year! And speaking of a Moo Year, we're gonna go see some Oramus. I think. Good. How am I? Happy New Year. I am doing okay. Well,
and give me a hand, won't you?
Pokey, I'm so glad you're here. I can't wait to introduce you to your very own Peckies. Veggie calls them Pector and Rebecca, but you can name them whatever you want when you interact with them. Why don't you get started by just giving them food and a pat on the head? All Peckies need a grow is a little love and a little grub.
I need a wee bit of rest at the moment, dear.
Oh my goodness! Okay. We had two people that subbed today. So we're naming one Mike Rob. So cute! And the other one, move Mike Rob. We're gonna name David. Look at these little peckies! Oh my goodness! Do I have to do that once a day? Or something?
How are you, dearie?
David's cool, that other one's a little sus. You feed him and pet? Yeah, I fed and pet them. I can tell your Peckies love you already. You're a natural caretaker, Pokey. Anywho, all you gotta do is get eggs, is keep feeding your Peckies, and they should start laying in a couple of days. There's not much more you can do for today, so just be patient with your Peckies. Here's a little bit more chow, both for the Peckies and for you, just in case you get hungry. Oh, and if you have any more questions, you can check out the handy dandy reference guide I keep at my desk next to the register.
It's nice to have someone who wants to listen.
I can buy more Peckies! Requires level 4 ranching. What about the Ormu? Level 7, guys! We gotta get to level 7 ranching! Oh my goodness! Bumble Palian bees are known for being friendly and fond of their keepers. When well looked after, they naturally produce more honey. Nothing wrong with being plain. Clears any active treat effects on your animal. These treats don't seem to work on humans. Not that you should be eating them. A gooby? What's a gooby? A bouvar? They'll bring you their daily catch and look adorable while doing it. Rancher Starter Pack. Rancher Starter Pack is level 15. Get started on the Rancher's decor with recipes for the Rancher's apple bag. Can I, like, place items or something? Welcome to the wonderful world of ranching. You need to create a proper environment for them. Short on backyard space, no problem. Off-site locations work just as well. Just place a signal bell on your housing plot, and a trusty Rifrock will swoop you to whisk you away to the ranch. Once you're at the ranch, getting started is as simple as chatting with your local ranching guild master. New ranchers will start access to a few animal pens, but don't worry, your space will expand as your ranching skills grow. Keep in mind that baby animals begin their journey in the nursery pen, so if you don't see your new critters right away, don't panic. They're just settling in where it's safest. While there's a recommended limit for each species of animal, it's only that recommended. With your barn set up, it's time to welcome the animals. Most people start with pickies. The dependable egg-laying backbone of any successful ranch. As your ranching skills grow, you'll unlock the ability to care for a wider variety of creatures. The mushroom-sniffing trufflet, the oramu with its fresh milk, and the sweet as can be bumble. Each and every ranch animal can be purchased from your local guildmaster once they believe that you're ready for the responsibility. Oh my goodness! Most animals are fairly low maintenance, but be sure to check on regularly to keep things running smoothly. One important note, animals don't grow up on their own. Once they've lived long enough, they'll need a little interaction from you to take that next big step. No forgetting birthdays on your watch. Oh, okay. Thanks. Every now and then, your animals might need a little something extra, and that's where treats come in. These special snacks aren't just for filling bellies, they can boost productivity, encourage more frequent breeding, or even tweak an animal's traits. Just don't try one yourself, they only work on animals. We checked. Treats don't can't be resold for gold, but their tiny size makes them easy to stash away. So go ahead and stock up. You never know when on a rainy day or a particularly grumpy Orimu might call for one. As your ranching skills improve, your guildmaster will offer more treat options for purchase. These packs come in varieties, blah blah blah. Donating animals is the way to go. Buying animal from the guildmaster can get pricey, and you don't get to choose what traits they come with. But good news, the shop isn't your only option. Once you've gotten a few adult animals, you can start breeding your own. Just head over to the cozy coop in your nursery pen and select 2 adults of the same species. With a little luck and maybe a little treat or two, you can have a new baby with traits all of its own. Okay. Interesting. Uh, sweet. Hi, Neil. Hey, Pokey. My mom sent me over to build the nursery pen. I'm just about finished up. Want to take a look? I would. Would I ever? A nursery pen is just about the cutest thing in existence, and my favorite part of coming to the ranch. It's
Nice.
where we keep the babies. Come with me and check it out.
Man, time really flew by.
Oh, you can stash food in here. And just like buy corn if you need it. Wow. David is quiet and Microb is a wild youth. Donate for only one of those things. That's hilarious. Oh. You're a wild youth. David is nice and quiet. You know what? They gave you guys the pretty right traits, I would say. That's funny. Oh my goodness, look how big this area is. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. You said go to the place, but look. Where? This is a huge place.
Looks like a great harvest this year.
Now everything's ready. This is just an empty pen. As promised, baby animals! Hold your riff rocks. To get baby animals, you have to give the adults some alone time. In order to do that, you just make your way over to the cozy coop and your peckies will take care of the rest. I'm so sorry! I didn't know this was gonna happen! I was just naming my subscribers!
That was fun.
Why didn't they tell me this? I'm so sorry, you guys. I didn't know this was gonna happen. Oh man, who was the last person who subbed Von Reich? Oh man. I'm scared. I'm sorry. I don't know. If I knew, I would have just started calling them different names. I just got rid of the. I'll pet you. I got no food. I just, you know. Oh man, I can't believe that happened. Oh man, how was I supposed to know? Food at store by entrance, I think. Oh my dragon, that chick is so cute. A perfect combo of both its parents. I know. Why didn't you tell me? Someone should have warned me. Oh my goodness. I just love babies, don't you? Yeah, they're the best. And if you think the baby peckies are cute, wait till you see the ormus or the trufflets. Oh, the trufflets, I could just squish their little faces. A couple things you need to know before you start hatching chicks left and right. First of all, each pen only holds 10 animals, so be careful not to give your peckies too much time in the coop. At the ranch store, you'll also find babies available for a small rehoming fee if you prefer to adopt. As you get more practice, my mom will unlock new things at the store, like different kinds of animals you can raise, or even additional pins to keep more cutie pies. Hassian mean to everyone? Yeah. Yes, you gotta get to know him, and then he'll come around eventually. For now, I've got to get back to my own cutie pies. Buttercup gets jealous if I spend too much time with other animals. But you have fun, and stop by the farm if you need anything. Oh my goodness. Breath is awesome. Just saying. I can't believe that happened. I'm sorry. How was I supposed to know? So when does the baby get bigger? They've been here to know that we made I don't even know. He's so cute. How much do I feed him? Once a day? His traits are wild youth and he's quiet. Oh my goodness. I want to get him a friend though. Well, what happened already. This was sure interesting. Yep. And also, where are all the girls at? We don't have any girls that sub in here, huh? We need some girls that sub in here. So it's at least somewhat, you know, not weird, you know, right? Hey, now how do I leave? Do I just walk out of here? Is that how it works? And then I appear back home, right? Right? Okay. Well, that happened. No. Okay. Okay. Well, that looks lovely. This I feel like is just in the way. Or... There we go. That's kind of cute. There you go. Cute! Okay. Man, I still can't believe. I'm still in shock. Five. Actually, you know what? Do this. Okay. Now, what do I need for the standard axe? I need sapwood planks. Are the sapwood planks done? Standard axe? Make. We're getting somewhere, guys. We're getting somewhere. Okay, what else do we need now? A standard. I need more sapwood planks, basically. Yeah, I need more sapwood planks, and now we gotta go around and buy all the fine picks, or the fine things in life we gotta buy. Okay. You're gonna have to tell him the news, Mike Rob. When he comes back in, you're gonna have to tell him the news. And then when Von Wright comes in, you gotta tell him what happened. Just saying. In my defense, I had no idea, you guys. Just saying. So we're doing what at 10 p.m? If you want to play Palia with me and talk in voice chat, you can join. Because it's supposed to be gaming with friends, but I can't play on Fortnite right now. It crashes way more than Palia does. So, we're doing gaming with friends in like 5 minutes. But if you want to join now, you can. It's only 5 minutes. Join now. Come say hello to me. I'm in the crew. If you see me in there, then come say hi. So many people! You couldn't play Fortnite anyways? Sad face. Oh, I still need to go over there too. Well, let's go say hi to everyone who's here first.
You seen Arnie?
Well, knock me over with the pecky feather. They're at it again. Let me at him. Let me take care of it. Who's at what again? It's the blasted crickets. They've gone and eaten me all my fresh crops. And just then, the taxes were due. Who's throwing snowballs at me? Mike Rob. Luckily, it looks like I still got a couple good heads of lettuce in the back that Kinley can give to that awful sister of his. If only someone would do something. She doesn't like Kenyatta? She doesn't want Nail with Kenyatta? This is news to me. Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Howdy.
I joined because you said to.
Yay, guys, we got friends in the chat. Friends in the chat.
Yeah, that's what we are.
They might be starting to make profit instead of barely surviving.
Have a good
That's
one.
crazy. Mike Rob, what are you doing?
What isn't he doing?
He was throwing snowballs at me.
How dare he?
Okay, who else do I need to say hi to? I gotta say hi to all the people. Oh. Minecraft, why are you not in here?
He can't talk.
No, he can talk. Minecraft, why are you not in here? Forget that there's like a downstairs or something where he's at, but I don't remember, so I'm just gonna go upstairs and find people. I don't need to talk to Sabrina. And assure this is not. I don't remember where his place is. I know it's downstairs somewhere. I just don't know where. I have to go outside to find it. I bet I have to go outside to find it. Imagine having to go downstairs to go to your house.
That's a little crazy.
Oh, it's this way? Question mark? I want to chat, not
Care to
go
try
in there.
my world
Got
famous
anything
soup?
interesting to tell me? Is this your record? I'm pretty sure Tish's copy is still in that limited edition Palia Mines security case next to her boy shrine. But you could ask her, I guess.
Boy shrine, what?
My guess is that she really likes. Oh my goodness, it was here all along! Why did it take me that long to figure out it was right there? Oh my goodness, that's horrible.
Good to see you.
It's nice to see you too.
Fair
I
travels.
want to go to your store and see what you have for me. Let's see. Fine axe. That's what I need. Purchase. I think that's all I need. Because I can't get the other things. What's a dowsing rod? Track rare foraging resources for 15 minutes? Who needs that? Right.
Hey, totally.
Right, yeah. Okay. Next, we go to Kenyatta. Where is she? I think she'd be over here.
Today just seems to drag
Today
on
just seems to
and
drag on
on
and on.
and
How
on.
do you stand it? Is this your record? What? No. Who told you that? Deneo snitch. Where'd you find this? So, this is yours? No one said that. I definitely didn't say that. I'm just curious. City Hall runs the lost and found section, so I can take this and make sure it gets to whoever needs it. Sure, lost and found. Now I'm confused. It's okay. I like Bahari boys. I can handle it myself. Okay, fine. It is mine. I knew it! Nail left one of their records at my place one night. I thought it was like totally lame, so I was just gonna play it and make fun of him. But some of these songs were certified bangers, okay? They have no right to be this good. June's my favorite. He's their choreographer. His moves are like. Anyways, if you tell anyone about this, I'll sneak into your house at night and dig holes all around your bed so that when you wake up in the morning, you'll fall into the inescapable darkness. Got it? Seriously, I'm warning you. Oh, and take this. Think of it as a bribe because that's exactly what it is.
Toodles.
Wow, she gave me 500 gold.
Wow.
Why are the hours ticking by so slowly?
Yeah,
Buying your friendship.
right?
Crazy.
She bribed me. I can't believe my dad, he is the worst. Wait, what's wrong with your dad, Kenyatta? He means well. Meaning well doesn't mean anything if you're totally incompetent.
Wow.
some of these NPCs or whatever they are, they got
Mhm.
some attitudes.
That's some sass.
They got some sass.
Yep.
He was in the, Bahari City for a sub council meeting when the tickets for the Bahari Boys went on sale. He promised he'd get them for me. Okay. She told me not to talk about it anymore, and she's talking about it.
Make it make sense.
You can see them next time. Hi, Cat.
Hi.
I'm just letting you know I'm live on Twitch so people can
Yeah.
hear you.
I saw.
Okay. So with the feud going on between June and Yoon, I don't know if there will even be a next time. This could be my last chance to go see them live. If I want to go, I'm gonna have to do some digging for some scalp tickets. Or maybe you will, please. If you find them, you'll be my favorite human ever. She's
Catch you
trying
on
to
the
get
flip
me
side.
to get tickets for her. What is this?
Who are you trying to see?
Kenyatta wants to see some boy band.
Oh, is it like a K-pop boy band, or is it like what is it?
I have
Some
no
Sam
idea.
Jackson post.
I have no idea. Let's find
Oh,
out. Uh, for the boys. Bahari Boys. That's what they're called. The Bahari Boys.
sounds like a K-pop boy band.
I have to ask around to see who has tickets. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay, well. Next.
Are they sold out?
I have no idea. I gotta go ask around.
Mm.
It's a quest I have to do.
Try SeatGeek. Try SeatGeek. That might work.
Try what?
SeatGeek.
What's
They
that?
always have good ticket. It's like an app that you can download. They
Cat,
have some
this is
kind
a
of good.
game!
Oh, I just talking about in real life.
No! I'm literally playing a game on stream right now.
Bro, you got me confused, man. You're like, oh, like a boy band, and I'm like, oh.
Well, I don't have the ability to mute when not talking to you guys, so like, it's just
Oh, I
I'm streaming
misunderstood.
the game.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I misunderstood, bro.
Well, she did lead with she's live on Twitch right now,
It's all
so.
cool. It's all cool. I just misunderstood. I was like, oh.
Okay, let's chat with
Bro.
Tish.
Glad to see you out and about.
Do you have Twitch?
I do.
Oh, you can watch me, or at least see what I'm doing on there.
Okay, let me turn down the sound on my tablet first before I do that, because I don't want an echo.
Yes, please, no echoes.
Yes.
What can I do for you? Got a lead on Bahari Boys tickets? Actually, you're not gonna believe it, but Russ surprised me with a pair. I have no idea how he got them. Hopefully, he didn't have to become a smuggler for a Grimulkin cartel. Can you imagine? I hadn't decided who to ask yet, but actually, I'd love for you to join me if you're interested. I'm more into pages 2 nights. I was asking for Kenyatta.
It's just nice. That's amazing. It's like boys to men.
Um.
I'm not supposed to. Okay, this is the problem. I'm not supposed to tell people, but she wants me to get tickets. So how am I supposed to do that?
Hmm.
Uh, I'd love to go with her. We never get to spend time together. Every time I try to have a girls' chat, she says she's busy and walks away. It must be all the stress of working for her mom. Once I lock my plus, I'll have to ask if they want to make matching light sticks. You can't go to Bahari Boys without them. Okay, well, now I guess I have to go see her again.
Hmm.
Maybe? Oh, I have to ask another person. Well, let me go ask Ref. Or Neo. I don't know. Okay, let's go over here. Whee!
Ow, my stomach.
Aw.
It's okay. It's girl stuff.
I understand. Oh, no.
Oh,
I
you're
gotta
playing
take...
that game again. Okay.
Yeah. I gotta... I need to take something real quick. So my teeth doesn't start hurting really bad because I'm already starting to feel it. Which is bad.
Did you have like a tooth pulled or something?
No, I need a root canal, but it's not open till like the 5th or the 6th. So places to go.
Oh, girl.
So
Yikes.
I've been on, like, what is it called? Amoxicillin and then ibuprofen. Can you request leather? I think so. You should be able to. Minecraft, why are you not in the chat with us?
Being shy.
Well, he needs to stop being shy. He's played Fortnite on livestream with me.
I'm just making things up.
He's coming.
He's coming, yay! Is he upstairs?
Ah, come for some harvesting tips?
Hey, how's it going? Here you go.
Hmm.
You got them. Woo, that saved me a ton of time. While you were gone, I whipped up some of their favorite desserts for them too. Ma always says you can't be mad when you're full. I'll let you know how it goes afterwards, okay? Thanks, Pokey. I promise this is the last time you save my hide. Well, I've heard that multiple times in this place. I don't need to talk to them. I don't think so. What? Time to go to the... Is it weird to go into his treehouse when he's sleeping?
Put it that way.
It's part of a quest! I've never been in his treehouse before, but I unlocked it. Hi, Minecraft!
Hi, Mike.
Well, he left. Thank the Lord. I hear myself twice.
I hear
His
myself.
echo.
Oh, because he's listening to me on live, Minecraft.
Mike, turn down your sound of the live. That's funny. Yeah.
No, don't
No.
leave. Fix it and then come back. Sir Roderick Pennybottom. The danger of knives isn't enough for you, then might I suggest moving up to the next step in juggling fire? Is this what he reads? this little he's like a teenager that hunts bugs and he's trying to learn how to juggle knives. This is crazy. The technique for fire juggling is very similar to the method for juggling knives. Okay, juggling fire, my bad. Sub and blades for torches and voila.
Voila.
Voila. Voila.
Voila.
Voila.
Voila. Just be sure to practice this particular trick outdoors and not in a tavern with a thatched roof. That is, unless you want to be hunted for arson in 10 of the 12 provinces. I don't know, maybe that's your thing. If it goes, go for it. Who am I to stop you? Did it fix? Are you good, Minecraft?
Yay.
You know what? He was just in here. Why couldn't he get his own gear? Why do I have to carry it for him?
Because you're a good friend? I don't know.
I'm reading all these things. Once upon a time, there was a bright little girl named Raina. Raina loved to dance and dreamed of one day dancing among the stars, but sadly, the stars were too far away and Raina was too little. Raina and the silver shoes. She asked her mother, the village shoemaker, "Mother, how can I dance with the stars? They are far away and I am far too little." Mother told Raina, "To dance among the stars, you must make the right shoes. But how could I make such shoes?" You must make them with flow, her mother replied with a smile. Unfortunately, the moons were jealous of Rena. Took that Look at that girl dancing. If all the people watch that girl dancing all night, they'll never look at me again, said Ignis. So jealous, the jealous moon took the girl's silver shoes and she fell and fell until she wound up where she is today as a cluster of constantly dancing stars. Well, that turns to a sad story.
Oh.
I need to talk to this kid. He has some issues. Candied coconut nuts. Sometimes I get super hungry when I'm out doing my deliveries, and mom always makes me a baggie of these to keep my energy up. All you gotta do is mix some coconut nuts and honey and put the mixture in the oven to bake. That sounds good. The hardest part is remembering to take them out before they burn. That's why mom still won't let me make them without her supervision. Oopsie. I got a new recipe. Okay.
Speaking of which, can you please request leather?
Me?
Yes, ma'am.
Wait. Why?
'Cause I have to fulfill a request from somebody.
Oh, that's why you're asking. I can't today. I already did all my
no.
stuff. Sorry, Mike Rob. As soon as it says I can do it.
It's telling me that nobody has any requests right now, which makes no sense. Oh, nope, somebody asked for something. There we go.
Oh, you're trying to refill. Yeah. You just have to keep looking. Whee.
I'm so comfy right now. I'm in my bed.
Ooh, that
Nice.
sounds nice. Okay, it takes, what, 15 minutes for medicine to kick in?
You can take
Ish.
up to 45 sometimes.
Don't tell me that. I want it to start working
I'm just telling you because the
now.
stomach doesn't. It depends on your metabolism, man. Yeah, it depends on your metabolism. It can take up to 45. Usually it takes 45 for anything.
You
to
need
start
something?
falling in.
Oh, I need it to set in sooner. You got lead on Bahari Boys tickets. Not only do I got a lead, but I got 2 tickets front row center. Whoopsies. Just 100,000 gold? You've gotta be kidding. I'm not fooling around, pal. These tickets are one hot commodity. I suppose I could cut you a deal. I've got a zoo in Bahari that's been begging me for an Inviran mermaid. He's willing to pay twice what these tickets are worth. You bring me that mermaid, you get those tickets. I'd rather her go with what's her name? At that point.
I still find it funny that I thought you were being serious about the tickets. I thought you meant like an actual person. I'm not kidding, I thought it. I did.
I told you I was live, Pat. I told you I was live.
I know, but I didn't know that was part of the game. I felt so stupid afterwards. I was like, oh gosh,
It's okay.
I didn't realize it was part of the game.
Oh, look how cute they are. I'm gonna own one day.
I'm always happy to help a friend.
Hard work is its own reward, but so is seeing you. Oh? I like to get a couple of lunges on the way to work. Stable work is all upper body after all.
Man, time really flew by.
Is that it? Is that the only reason why I came to talk to you? So you could talk about that? Actually, I'm supposed to go over. Okay, but I just have to remember he's with Kenyatta. That's it. Even though his mom apparently doesn't want him with Kenyatta. Why am I here? Oh, I gotta drop off his stuff at the abandoned site. Is that where this is at? What am I doing here? Why is there a circle right here?
Oh no.
Usually there'll be like something that you like click on or something if it's in this area and you like leave it there. Or like you're finding something in this area and I don't see it. Reflection fields. Catch the crickets that are eating Dahlia's crops. 5 common field crickets. Meeting at the ruins near Helka's tent. Find another way to unlock the door. Find a shop. Complete an artifact by donating all the pieces. Apparently I don't know what to do in this area, so I'm just gonna ignore this area like I always do. I don't think he would be... Okay, let's see. Whee!
You zooming.
I know, I feel like he's like walking somewhere. Oh, she's up here.
Today just seems to drag
Today
on
it just seems to
and
drag on and on. How can you
and
both
on.
Tish and Zeki have tickets? Okay, so Zeki wants Rare Expensive Mermaid in exchange for tickets, and Tish wants to spend time with me? Ugh, that's such a hard choice. This seems obvious. Look, don't get me wrong, Tish is fine, but it feels like we have nothing in common. Every time I talk, I just blank. I have nothing to say. You both like Bahari boys.
Oh.
I guess that's true. It's hard to judge someone for being basic when I'm in the BB army. I guess I could think about going with Tish. What would she want in return? I can't just let her give me tickets. She mentioned matching light sticks. That might be tough. I have to signature edition Black Pearl light stick I bought at the concert last year, and you better believe I'm gonna take it. So unless we find a pearl for Tish, that might be a no-go. I'll get you a pearl. You are the absolute best. I love you. I'll totally pick you up something cool while I'm in the city. Okay, apparently
See
I
you
have to
later,
find a pearl.
or whatever.
And while I'm here, I can buy some rights. Increases the number of crafters you can place by 1. A small room is 6,000. You can buy a lot of stuff for your house. That's crazy. I'll just buy more rice. What am I talking to Halfling about? A black pearl, 2 pallium bars, and a glass bulb. That's crazy. I guess I'll go talk to Hassian. Because Hassian has the dog. So I can talk to the dog and give him a carrots. Because he likes carrots. Hello.
Hello?
Hi. I just wanted to say hi. You guys were talking.
We're listening.
You're in the middle of.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
you was speaking.
Crunch.
And now you squeaking.
He's so happy.
He looks
You're
like a
here,
cat
so I may as
almost.
well help.
He's the cutest doggy ever. Have a new recipe available? What? A standard bow? Do I have that? Oh, I'm way... I need to get better with hunting, apparently, because I just literally got a standard bow thing. Oopsie. I have no idea. He won't like nothing. Bye.
You
See you
sure
later.
do talk a lot.
Well, I like your dog,
Darn it,
though.
we got an ad break.
Not the ad break. Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun.
These Ultra Balls were my worst investment ever.
You bought Ultra Balls? Oh, it escaped?
Keep not catching anything. I didn't try this time, but I'm
Well,
almost out of
what if you would have got it? It's a voodoo. Oh, you want another Pichu? Okie dokie. I'm so happy I have a glider now. Thank you for helping my girl. It's so much easier to get around. Yay! Also, just a reminder, you guys, for those who are watching, if you have Amazon Prime, you can sub for free each month using your Amazon Prime if you connect it.
There's so much to learn.
I don't got it at the moment, so.
Me neither. I mean, I don't have to sub to myself, but I don't got it either. It wasn't like this last time Helka and I explored this area. Look, it seems activating the puzzle in the waterfall room lit up part of the relief. I bet there are other spots like that that light up the rest. And those similar carvings, they lit up when you approached. Try interacting with one. We'll stand at the safer, helpful distance. Okay. I'll react with this one. I have to collect things and contribute them? What's a mutated angler? Bahari Bay Caves using worms? glowworms. How do you get glowworms? Okay, so apparently I have to start collecting things and making things. That's lovely. Well,
Hi.
fascinating. It's some kind of ancient vault. A vault that only opens when you put more stuff into it? Humans are weird. No offense. None taken. That's why I like you, fully focused on exploration. Well, why don't you try collecting some of your items shown in the carvings in your spare time? In the meantime, I've been thinking about the other symbols on this mural. I've seen them decorating other doors around Bahari Bay. Locked doors. Now that we know how to open one, I bet we can open the others too. We just need another battery attuned to that door. And just so happens I was asking around and I heard that Hassian might have a lead. Do you think you could ask him about it? I'd go, but well, I always get the feeling he finds me annoying. I can be way more annoying. Hassian's just like that. Really? Well, I suppose you know better than me. I can count on one hand the conversations he and I have had. Anyways, I'll keep looking for more leads on the other batteries while you follow up with Hassian. If you find another battery, feel free to explore without me. Just tell me about what you find after. Yes,
I really should get
ma'am.
back
Now,
to it. Need any help?
I want to give you something and I can't. Ah. We'll have to find her. Okay. Love you forever. Rayman. Okay. Let's go give her a mushroom and hopefully she'll like this mushroom. She says she likes mushrooms, so I'm hoping that she'll enjoy the gift I give her.
Oh, a good day for research, don't you think?
I want to give you this elder clam mushroom. You know, there's not a whole lot of room in my tent for knickknacks. But it's a mushroom! And you like mushrooms. You literally said, I like mushrooms.
Huh. Can I eat today?
I can never find anything to give her that she likes.
Aww.
It makes me sad. I should give her grilled mushrooms. She said she didn't know if she ate or not yet today. Maybe I should make her some grilled mushrooms and see if that works. Maybe she likes grilled mushrooms. Hi, LJ!
No.
I'm just letting you know I'm live on Twitch right now.
I know.
Okay, well, I'm just making sure. Why?
So I've got good news and I've got some bad news.
Oh, okay.
So, good news. Well, let me rephrase that. Great news is that the Q&A video is finished.
Yay!
The bad news is that the text is like where I initially put the text in the video is unfortunately like 2 seconds ahead of where they're supposed to be.
What's that mean?
So whenever I bring them into the editor, there are times where the text is so like for example, there's here let me show you an example. Hold on.
I'm
gonna
I'm live right now. I'm not looking at Discord.
okay. So whenever you're going over the stuff I send you, and there's text on like the the what are those things called? Intermission cuts, like the color bars. You know how there's text there, right?
I have no idea what you're talking about, LJ.
I'm talking about the little color bars where it's beep, that thing.
Oh, did you?
Hold on. No, so I mean this. If someone can.
You can show someone else.
Mike, can you be more specific? Can you? Well,
Would you post a static screen?
it's the little TV static color thing where it shows all the bars and it's the oh my gosh.
It means your TV ain't working.
It's the offline symbol for like when the TV's offline.
It's like there was a cut in the there was an it's like the video went offline.
Okay, so what does that mean?
Okay, so whenever I'd go over like your videos and stuff, there would be I would have that there, but there would be like small text on that to let you know, oh, like this please stand by, as like a way of saying, oh, like we'll be back shortly. Just give me a second.
Oh, you
Like,
don't have
there
to
was
worry about the text
Well,
on
no.
those.
No. So I'm talking about the previous works. How there would be text on that. So whenever I go into the editor for the Q&A video, the text is 2 seconds ahead of where it was supposed to be.
Oh, so you just have to fix where it goes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that's what I'm trying to say here. I'm trying to fix that. But the video, so the saved video, when I went over the footage, the saved video accidentally saved the text that was like 2 seconds ahead. So I'm like, well, okay, looks like I'm gonna have to do another edit here.
Okay.
Which thankfully isn't that bad as it was before, because I just took the original saved video, cut where that text is, and then replaced it. If that makes a little bit. In other news, though, I figured it out.
Oh. Why is there a whole bunch of weeds here?
We're going to get free food.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Euros, and yes. I've had this discussion with a friend of mine. It's so.
I don't know what draft we
throw.
Huh?
There definitely is a difficult way to pronounce it, because it's either gyros or gyros.
Gyros.
Yeah.
I think it's Euros.
Yeah, it's supposed to be. The
That's what
G
everybody
is
says
silent.
the correct answer.
I still call it
But-
gyros.
Yeah, there are
Or I call it
times
gyros.
I say gyros over euros. I don't know which to say, so I'm like, you know, it's whatever.
Yes.
And then whenever I'm craving it, I'm like, hey, you want to get gyros?
Believe it or not, if I want a meal and I don't care about my food allergies, I'll go to Arby's and get their gyro. Their
They're
gyros.
pretty good.
They're so good. I'm like, I guess I'll take some Benadryl and go to bed. Let me take and eat some of this. With their curly fries. Oh my goodness. So
I
good.
knew we were best friends for a reason.
They're so good.
I know, right? I feel bad for dissing on Arby's, but at the same time, it's like, man, I'm really craving an Arby's gyro right now.
Oh, then you can't diss on Arby's.
Yeah. The only time I diss on Arby's is whenever it's that gigantic sandwich that has every single meat in it, and it's disgusting.
Oh, okay.
I don't think you ever want to have it. It's called the Meat Mountain. It's got like turkey, beef. It's disgusting.
Oh. Well, I'm the type of person that if I go to a place, I don't try new things because of allergies, so I normally get the same stuff, you know? Normally it's just, what is it? The, like, it's not double, it's like triple stacked, roast beef sandwich. Well, no cheese. And then I just, I take the bun off and eat just the meat.
Just a half pound.
So you just order roast beef.
Pretty much. And then I'll get, like, my dad will get fries or whatever. So I'll eat those.
Man, I've lived to tell the tale where I've been to an In-N-Out and I've ordered a Flying Dutchman. Man, I prefer the sandwich instead of the Flying Dutchman.
What is that?
So the Flying Dutchman is meat, cheese, meat. It's just like 2 meat patties, and in between that is like a slice of cheese.
Oh. Yeah, I can't have cheese.
Sounds like what I eat from most places.
But no, we're gonna get good food tomorrow, so I'm extremely happy because it's like I can't remember the last time I actually had good food.
That's awesome. That'll be fun.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited to eat. Oh, how was that movie yesterday? I'm sorry, I wasn't able to stay.
It was okay.
It wasn't as good as the first.
I would say no.
So let me rephrase that. There weren't any sand people, were there?
Why do you keep on asking about sand people?
Because Jake Lloyd was in Phantom Menace and Jingle All the Way.
Oh. Interesting.
Yeah.
You thought the second movie was better? Maybe it's just because I grew up on the classic.
Hey man, those be fighting.
Okay.
Yeah, I also grew up on the original. Along with the Phantom Menace, but that's besides the point.
Gloomhound Pilgrimage. Follow Tao's trail. Hassian informs you that Tao discovered a flow battery, but hid part of it somewhere in Bahari. If you want to repair the battery, you'll need to find it where Tao hid the other half. Oh, well that's lovely. I gotta find something a dog dug and hid.
Oh, I gotta do that too. I got sidetracked.
Well, might as well come over here and help me find it. If both of us are looking for it.
Just don't bark up the wrong tree.
Wait, I see doggy print. I see doggy prints. That means he went this way. Did I find it already? No way. No, I didn't. But I found more doggy prints.
You found paw prints.
Okay, where do these doggy prints lead to? Where did he go? Did he go this way? I found more! Okay, we're getting somewhere. Gotta follow the prints.
Before I get to
Well, then I'll help, like, it will be easier for you.
Hot hot diggity dog.
Bark, bark.
Yeah, man, I haven't heard that in a hot minute.
It won't even let me
Hot
up
dog.
here.
Hot dog, hot problem solved. Hot dog, hot diggity dog.
No. Nothing. I'm just trying to get up here. Apparently I'm not gonna get up there. But what if that's where I need to go? Oh, there's more.
You
Never
wanted
mind.
to go up there, but the Lord said no.
The glider said no.
Oh, you're playing Palia.
Yeah.
I still have to figure out the house.
More!
More!
I found it! Needs a battery. Well, I have a battery. Do I have to go all the way back here for that later? That's gonna be annoying. Well, I found it, my grab.
Okay. There.
Where are you at, my grab?
There's a giant wall between us. How did this happen?
You have to go into, you have to go all the way around.
That was not what I wanted. Kat, how are you doing? I just realized you've been on mute this whole time and I haven't asked you how you were doing.
I'm good. Sorry, I'm just coughing a lot, so I don't want to like scream.
No, you're fine. It's fine. I've had sinus issues all day. I get it.
Yeah.
Wait, is that something I need?
Yay!
Found a ship
No!
here. That's crazy. Okay, now you're above.
Something I don't like. It's being robbed out of a hole-in-one.
A hole in one.
I'm playing Putt Party.
Oh. Oh, you're inside now?
Yeah, I found a shortcut to get inside.
How? I've been looking for that.
You go into a mine and then you just fall, but it's not water. It just looked like you were falling into
Oh,
water.
okay. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna go down here, and there should be like doggy paws or something. Do you see the doggy paws?
Paw prints.
Okay, so you're gonna follow the paw prints, and then you're gonna get this thingy, and then go follow the other paw prints, which goes this way, if I remember correctly. And then it's gonna bring you to go a different way once you get the other thingy. And then you're gonna follow this way.
Yay! T-shirts. Whee!
Ta-da!
Yay!
Yay, we did it! Now, we have to go talk to Sifu about the battery. I'm gonna return to my housing block because it's faster than walking all the way over there.
I want to play Stardew Valley again. It's been
I
a
do
hot minute.
too. I'm trying to
miss my
finish this
farm.
game though.
I miss my farm. Oh, you did not just do that to me.
Okay.
You did not just deny me of a hole-in-one.
I need to drop stuff off. Wait, 8?
Can't believe that even happened. This game sucks.
You know, so we can have some music. That's it? Okie dokie. I guess so. Okay.
What the heck?
Oh, I got another garnet I can put in here. Garnet. Ship fragment. A piece of garbage found in the ocean. Evidence of a recent shipwreck.
Wee! Why did I do that?
Okay. Okay, so this is what Najuma likes. I want to try to give her that. Okay, so 3. H, right? H. Confirm. Confirm. Okay, so I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left. Okay. Hello?
Hello.
Who's making that noise?
What noise?
There's a someone's making a
It was
noise.
LJ.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, why wouldn't it be him?
I have returned. Hi, David.
You can tell him the good news.
I'm just gonna show him.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Victoria.
I was playing Floss last night, but I didn't realize it was costing me reputation points or whatever it's called. I have to show you something, David. Okay, so we got this far in, right?
I'm sorry, by the way. That was not my intention to throw you off.
I just gotta show David, okay? In my defense, David, before anything happens and I explain things, I did not know, okay? So, so we got some chickens, right? That I was like, oh, let me just name them after our subscribers. So you and Mike Rob sub today. So you are chickens now, right? No. Okay. So I didn't know this.
No! Oh.
Let me show you. So there's a breeding thingy. And they don't tell you this before. They're just like, oh, let's breed chickens. So now we got Von Reich. Well, in order to breed chickens, but I didn't know that. So I named you and Mike Rob. So you and Mike Rob had Von Reich. So after all my subs, Foghorn and Big Bird are proud parents too.
Well, I do declare.
I just didn't realize it. I felt bad.
Well, I do say.
But yeah, so you and Mike Rob are parents, so I had no idea. I was like, oh, let's name people after some. I didn't even think of that. Like, my brain was not going to. Oh, let's breed chickens and then get more. I thought you just bought the chickens. So, yeah.
Apparently.
I didn't know. They don't do a good job of explaining that exactly. So, in my defense, it was not my fault.
Nah, it's okay, Victoria.
David, you can have full custody.
I know, they all look like roosters, right?
You know what? I don't like that. I don't like that.
I just thought it would be fun to name them after my subscribers, okay? It's not my fault.
You don't have to be sorry. It's okay. We understand.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys all got a kick out of it too.
Well, I'm sure.
Especially
my
since
crop-
there were at least 2 people in here that's done this before and they told me ahead of time.
Yeah, it didn't click. Did not register in the moment.
Apparently, it didn't. I haven't used that joke once already.
Here's your cute little baby chicken.
Oh, pretty butter spot.
I don't know whether to be offended or just to love that.
Okay. Now I gotta leave. Gotta check on your chickens and get more ranching so I can get a cow.
Oh.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
I'm gonna do one more. Depending on the story.
I want to find Najuma and Gina. I could have told you, but I did this after you went to bed last night. No. It's okay. It makes it fun. Funny? Fun?
It must have been someone else.
It might stop people from subbing to me while I'm playing Palia, though.
Works for me.
Wolverine! Wow. Oh, hydrate.
That just sounded mean.
I don't want to be bred on stream.
That is precisely what happened.
No, especially without consent. Like, what?
No, I did the. Oh my gosh, I feel bad because I did the exact same thing in Ty's live one day. I hopped in, and he was like, "Oh, hi, LJ," and I was like, "Oh no, I've been spotted," and then I left. I was like, I wasn't expecting to be spotted.
It tells you when people join.
Yeah, I don't like that. They need to quit doing that.
Quit trying to remain anonymous, Mike.
I've been trying my best not to say stuff unless someone starts talking, but it's really hard when I get excited that I see you. I'm like, oh my goodness, this person joined! And I'm like, hi!
Well, ever since the past few months, I have had the biggest smile on my face.
I mean, several months. I would say 3 months is several.
I'm not saying it as a way to be like, oh, I'm just using this as a way to be negative and you're all noticing it. I'm actually saying it because it's the truth. I've been really positive lately, and it's just really good.
That's good. See, it's good to be more positive.
Like I am.
Oh, it's that time again. Okay, are we ready? For those who don't know.
Wait, what time is it? Because it definitely ain't adventure time.
I'm putting my... Oops, not that. Hold on. Account age. There you go.
Yay.
Hey, Mad Mama's Farm. Welcome in. Fun fact. My account can vote or drive or something like that. Something like that. 1 year? Let's go!
Oh, what? I love that.
How are you doing? Happy New Year!
Can I agree with that?
With what?
What you said on your server at 12:21 this morning.
I don't know what I said.
Just got some new blades in stock.
In quote, if I'm ever sick or can't be online, please go hang out with my amazing friend Terry.
Aww.
She's one of the kindest, most amazing person I know, and her Discord and TikToks are always full of good vibes, laughs, and just very genuine.
I don't even know if she saw that yet. Can you fix this battery?
Oh.
Whoa, this is one of those old human batteries. What are you doing with this thing? Tal found it. Found it? Oh, one of his little digging trophies? Well, either way, it's pretty busted. I wish I could help, but I don't know the first thing about reforging old human tech. But Zeki does. Think we can blackmail Zeki for help? That's horrible. Are you sure we can trust Zeki? I'll go talk to him now. Do I look like I know how to do that? I'll talk to him. Calm down there, Hotshot. We need to be discreet with magic stuff like this. Go see if he can come up with a plan. If he tries to charge you, remind him he still owes me a favor. Oh, right. I forgot. You might not know. There's a group called the Order that doesn't want anyone messing with this stuff. You'll need to talk to Zeki somewhere quiet. Remember, I said I love secrets. This is a juicy one. Zeki's got a secret underground market set up beneath his store. Just don't tell anyone else. Well, anyone besides Hadari or Najuma or Ashur or Reth. I already told them.
Back to work.
Okie dokie. Sounds good.
Choose the blackmail option.
I'm good, and you about to settle down with a good book, fell asleep earlier, woke back up, and now time to settle back down. How was your Christmas and New Year's? Christmas was a little different because my grandpa wasn't here this year. It was the first year without grandpa, so it was a little hard. I think the worst part is when my dad was like, okay, well, usually, like, the oldest person goes first. Well, my grandpa was the oldest, so I think we all just broke down when he said, let's take a moment of silence. I was like, we were fine until you said that. So it was just really hard. And I understand what my dad wanted to do, but it was still hard. But it was good. Other than that, and then needing a root canal that can't get done until they open up, I'm doing okay. And then, you know, the flu going around. It's okay. I'll see him, you know, when I get to heaven, so.
This game's taking forever to load today.
Yeah, it does take a while to load sometimes. Yeah, I wasn't trying to buy anything. Root canals are the word. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, I'm gonna go meet up with Tekla first and then head over that way. I'd rather just have them pulled. You have lots of spares. Why bother fixing broken ones? I'd rather keep all my teeth.
I ain't gonna lie, that was a solid point. That was a good question.
And that's my answer. I just want to keep my teeth.
Here we go. Alright, it's better.
Where's Gina?
I didn't need to talk to that close, just the fact that you had marks that made it show up. I needed to go there.
Where's Gina? I need Gina.
So many things in my inventory that have stars. Stars will imply that I need it.
I need to catch, I think, these. Oops, that is the wrong thing. I need to, like, what, 5 or 10 common build tickets or something? Hello?
Hello?
Where is Gina at? I need Gina. Where does Gina live? Oh, you have a good night too. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I usually don't care about the follow age thing, but I thought I followed you back before I took my hiatus from Twitch. Oh, okay. She's usually in the ruins? Oh. Wait.
There's
It says
so
she's in
much to
here.
learn.
Can you believe I'm the only scholar? Okay, now. Please like grilled mushrooms. I cooked these mushrooms for you. You got something for me? Thank you. Okay, she likes grilled mushrooms, you guys. Ooh, yes, really. I should have known more were out there. Nevertheless, I think you can handle fixing it together. Why can't you help? Well, let's just say it's better for me to not get involved right now. Magic is illegal after all. I don't need the order coming to town and disrupting my investigation. Yeah, she's right. Okay. Darn it. A garden leafhopper. That is definitely not what I'm looking for. Okay, well, let's go over here. Whee! I feel like it's so quiet.
F is for friends who do stuff together.
U is for you and me.
Down here in the deep blue sea.
Oh my gosh, Mike heard me.
I barely heard you.
I basically said N is for anywhere at any time at all, but in Schmiegel.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that was me, Victoria.
Well, I knew it was you. I just could barely hear you.
No, I mean when I went.
Yeah, I heard that.
We all did.
We all did indeed. 5. 5 field crickets.
I don't hear voices.
Mm-hmm.
I need one more. Look at that. They all ran away. I'm so good at this.
Okay. I'm going to view this again because I believe I should be better.
Yay! I need one more cricket.
Okay, so I need to copy.
Are you my last one? Nope, that's the leaf hopper. I need the field cricket. One more field cricket. Where are you at? Mr. Cricket! I did it! Return to the person who's sleeping. I don't mind. Okay. We did it. Oh, I can't enter his barn yet. I need to get better friends with people so I can enter their houses just because. No reason. You know. No other reason. Gee.
Can I get you anything?
They always keep telling me to take a break, but who has the time for that? I've been catching crickets. That was you? Well, aren't you an absolute doll? Crop productivity has been up by nearly 80% since you got those pesky little munchers under control. I'll have to let Ani know he could be put in his hobby to good use. Of course, then he might not like it quite as much. I'd hate to ruin the lad's fun by making it work. She has a point. Oh, I need a key from Neo to enter the room. Oh. Well, I got things. Actually, I probably need to eat said things. Let's do number 5. Oh yeah, full. That made me full, you guys. So much stuff I have to do. I can get Palia now, though. Okay, talk to Zeki. I'm guessing... Wait, why is...
You seen Ani?
It's
That
good to
boy
see
is
you,
always
dearie.
running
Wasn't
around.
she just in her bed, sleeping? As much as I love me boys, it's nice to have a chin wag with someone who doesn't need something from me. I had planned a surprise picnic for Badru, but alas, Ani needs his pants fixed and Neo wants to help making soup because Butterball's caught herself a cold. Ah well, I suppose this is what I signed up for when I became a parent. I could help with the soup. I could help with the pants. I'll help with the soup. Ah, could you? You're a savior sent from the dragon himself. Which, just one task to do. I might have time to get together that picnic after all. Here's a list of ingredients to get, well or moose soup. Don't try it yourself. It's not for human consumption.
Be good out there, dearie.
Okay, what's a flittle? Everyone pokey catch. Because we need someone to catch it so I know what it is. So if you catch it, let me know what Pokemon it is, please.
Gotta catch them all.
You gotta catch them all, Pokemon. When a trainer has a cause to listen to the voice inside. Battles may be long, winners may have come and gone. They will carry on.
Didn't hear that one before.
You never heard that one before?
What?
Last forever. And never come. I forget. Probably like the second or third one.
Yeah, I'm more of the first generation.
Well, I know that one too.
So I grew up on the original theme song and then the original poker rap.
I did too.
The poker rap was very hard for me to learn.
I don't remember it, but I've you know, I've experienced it.
PTSD
I gotta
over
go
the
for a
poker
little
rap.
bit, but I'll be back.
Okay.
Oh, speaking of which, I might have to... No! I might have to go soon. I got a live to do.
Oh, okay. Have fun.
I haven't been live today. I gotta fill up my daily quota of
reading and devotionals.
Nice.
So, yeah, I gotta get on that. Anyway, I'm sure I will be back. Bye, everybody. I love y'all so much.
Bye. God bless.
Okay, so that's one person. Love you too, brother. Bye, Wolverine.
What can I do you for?
Bye.
Yay! I'm so happy that he says bye and lets us say bye back. I love it. Let me guess you were just dying to see me. Do you like her apple jam? It's just what I needed? Yes! He likes
Stop by
jam.
again soon.
Wait, general store, what do you have?
Care to try my world-famous soup?
Fish tacos. Sure, why not? I'll make some fish tacos. Okay, let's do...
Good talk.
Oh, I was going to find Ani to give him a bug. A boogie bug. And then I gotta go to the store.
You have any cool stories to share?
I got... Have you dropped off my camping gear yet? No. Remember I set it down by the abandoned campsite near the beach in Bahari Bay? The one by those super cool ancient ruins. You know when you'll see it. And whatever you do, don't tell my family about any of this. Got it? I want to give you a gift. Does he want that or that? I'll do this one. Awesome. I've been running all over trying to find one of these. I guess I'll have to get my exercise elsewhere from now on.
I gotta go beat Nio at card.
I googled flittle. I'm not sure how to describe that thing. Oh, well, David, Pokeballs, and Mike Rob got it. Yay, that means later I get to see what it looks like. What? I understand. There's some Pokemon it's just like, how do you even describe it? How does one describe it? You know? Oops, I forgot to go down to the underground place. Have you been underground yet, Mike Rob?
No, I can't figure out what that's at.
Oh, come to the store, his store.
Who is his?
Zeki. The cat.
I can't figure out who Zeki is. Oh, I've literally talked to that cat since I had this mission and just must not have clicked on what I was supposed to.
Well, if you come over here and are you watching my live right now?
Yes.
You know how you go around to talk to him?
Yes.
Right in here.
Yes.
He has a mirror that you just walk through. But I don't know if you can get in it or not yet. You have to talk to him and do stuff. And then you pull this book. And then it brings you to the underground. Oh, we can actually trade in here. I think you can trade like plushies and stuff. Pretty cool.
Do you need me to give you some things?
No. I was just letting you know you can trade in here if you want. Like, if you have one that I don't have, and you have two of something, or I have a double of something, and you need something, we can just trade. But yeah, this is an underground place. This is where I play. See, this is a trading thingy. And then they have these hot pot games. And then you win the hot pot games, and then you get to spin the wheel. They have a special fishing place where you can get rare fish. They have a store down here where you can get some different stuff. different recipes and all that. Which I need to buy stuff. But yeah. A potato, papa nuts, honey, elder clam mushroom meat. Okay. But yeah, you can fish in here and get special fish and stuff. It's way too far. There we go. Oh yeah. Oh, I got 2 golden starred eyeless minnows. Nice. But there's like a game you can play, kind of like in Stardew Valley. You can like play this game. Let's try this again. Anyway. I showed you how to get in here.
Oh, I know. I can't figure out which store it is.
Oh. It's not the furniture store. It's Zeki's store. His general store. He's the one that has the Christmas tree in front, and there's like a little outside thing where you can buy like Christmas decorations from. And then inside is like where the backpack is and all that stuff, and his little lucky ball thing.
I need a key. Oh no.
So you gotta talk to him. I don't even know where he is. Oh, he's way over there. And why did you call him a rat?
You need something?
What is he?
He's like a cat thing.
Oh, yeah. That sounds close.
We need to talk about something. What? If anyone is listening or wearing a singing stone, I would never mess with that stuff. Do you work for the order now, kid? You legally have to tell me. No. I knew it. That's exactly what someone who doesn't work for the order would say. Seriously though, it isn't safe to yell about this stuff, unless of course you ask me about it in a more discreet place at a more discreet hour. One with high quality goods for sale and a very handsome shopkeep. Go to the sewer behind the Remembrance Garden late at night and don't bring any friends.
See you around.
Sorry, Mike Rob. I gotta do some business late at night and go back there. Anyways, I don't even know how you get Kappa those things. Never got those before. Well, I guess I'll do...
He also just said all that stuff to me, but I don't know what any of that meant. None of that actually meant anything. Like, it did not guide me on what to do.
Oh. I mean, I feel like I just talked to him and, like, did something for him, and then he was like, oh, well, now you get to go in my store. You gotta talk to him. And, like,
all that same stuff he
give
just
him
said
gifts
too.
and stuff. Oh, I just said that I have to go to his secret place at nighttime. I said no to bring friends, so that's why I made a joke. I was like, oh, I can't bring Mike Rob. Because I can't bring any friends with me. I am probably gonna do one more thing, and get off live. One more quest. Or one or two quests. Okay. I need to talk to Ninja now. Starting to hurt and I took medicine for it.
Hey.
No thanks, I thought you liked weeds. Do you like ginger? Do you like butterflies? Do you like jam? Do you like copper? Okay, she likes copper.
Okay.
I'm sure something, something would have been like, oh, okay. She likes it. Eh. Happini appeared. Happini. Why are you with the guy that makes you cry?
What in the world are you saying?
The song. I'm listening to the song. And she's like, she's talking to her mom, is like, hey, this guy's not good and he makes me cry. So I was just like, why are you with the guy that makes you cry? Am I gonna romance any of the NPCs? Okay, this is where I'm having a problem with. Because I originally wanted to do Neo, but he's with Kenyatta right now. But his mom doesn't want him to be with Kenyatta. And then there's that whole love triangle with Reth and Neo and Kenyatta, where Reth, I think, was dating Kenyatta or something, and then, like, now Neo doesn't like Reth or something because of all this whole issue going there. But he's single, for sure. I know that. Who else? Hadari. But he's a dad, so, I don't know. And then the only other person is Hossian, but he's kind of like, you know, standoffish till you get to know him, but he has a cute dog. So I have no idea, basically. I was thinking Ref, because he's a cook. But I originally wanted to do Neo, but then I found out he was with Pinata. And I don't want to, I don't want to, I want to be loyal. I feel like it would be wrong to take him from her unless he breaks up with her. Because I'm a loyal person. And if someone's dating someone, I just don't look at them. I have to become single again. Yeah. I'm very loyal, even in games. You hear that, future husband? Wherever you are, I'm very loyal. Just saying. Just thought you'd know that. I'm sure every single person in here could tell you that. Right, guys?
Yeah, what she said.
I was thinking about trying to date the grumpy librarian just for chuckles. That's crazy, David. I don't want to be a homewrecker even in game. Exactly! We aren't homewreckers here. The lighthouse keeper stood on the docks and launched his letters out to sea. Find them by fishing in the ocean to figure out what happened to him and his friend. In the ocean? I think that's the ocean. Let's go to the ocean. Why not? I'm horrible at that. I apparently am not a hunter. Whee! Okay, now I gotta fish in the ocean apparently. Or I will create all sorts of mayhem in the game like Skyrim though. I used to I used to play that game and lockpick all the houses. I hope that because this item is like not moving, it is yeah, there we go. Okay, I got one. How many do I need? 3. Time to catch for 3 letters, you guys. Whoever Rune Everstar is, she got her little cute pet with her. I don't want a sardines. Sorry, I had a phone call at work. Did you say you have played? Yes. Like I said, I used to lockpick all the places. That would be a fun game to play on stream one time. Like, you know, eventually when I'm done with other games I want to finish. This is my problem! There's so many games I want to finish and I can't! It's horrible! Jabari, I wish there were some way to tell you I regret what I said, that I never wanted to make you leave. Please come home. I miss you. With all my love, Bod Heel. Jabari, when I watch your ship depart, every fiber of my being longed to see you return to our lighthouse. My post may be reassigned. Please come home soon. I am sorry. I still love you. Bod Hill. One more. I like watching people play Skyrim. It's great for manufacturing silliness. I like the original game with the guy with the stump tree that you can take his money from. You know what I'm talking about? What's his name?
Everything you just said sounded like nonsense to me.
You never played? There's that one guy in the first Skyrim, that was out, and it was the guy at the tree. I forgot his name, but he had gold in there that he stashes, and you can like pickpocket it and get it. I forget what his name is, but he's like memes because of that. But I forget his name. It starts with an F or something like that. Jabari, my tenure at the lighthouse is about to end, and I am being relocated to Quindu. But I cannot leave knowing that you are still so far away. I still wait for you one last time every second until I am dragged away at our spot. Here, we shared our first box of chocolates. Oh, they had chocolates together! That's what happens if you want someone to date. Like, you ask them out to be boyfriend and girlfriend, you give each other chocolates. A box of chocolates. That's so sweet. As I take in the view of both the aqueduct and the entire bay, I will watch for you on the horizon. I long to see you smile again, Bod Hill. Oh. I have a box of chocolates, I just don't know who to give it to, and I have to get to a certain level with people.
Just to verify, was that game advice or life advice?
Wait, what?
The box of chocolates thing.
I mean, it might work in actual life. Depends. I guess it depends on if the person you likes chocolate. Let's say the person I was dating or like was with on a few dates, and I really liked him, and he decided to take me out on a sushi date, and he brought some roses and a thing of chocolate. Just saying. And coffee. I might say yes.
Are you suggesting we bring all this stuff into the sushi place?
Well, he would show up at your place with a thing of roses and, you know, box of chocolates and maybe some, like a cute little bear or cow, and then like some coffee, and then take me to get sushi. Yep.
Hey, somebody in chat right now clip that so we can have it for later.
Ah. You can always go back in the VOD and get it. What was I doing? I guess I'm going to wherever this is telling me to go. I think you're there. What are you doing over there, my girl?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, no. I have two things here. I got a big, like, circle, right? And then within that circle, I got these two little things.
For me, it says lost coin.
Yeah, but wherever the exact coins are, it's not be alone.
Wait, is this what I need? I don't think I could date a woman who doesn't like chocolate. I would never trust her judgment. You can't have chocolate all the time though, because chocolate can give you headaches.
But so can dating.
So can what?
Dating.
Not if it's with the right person.
Oh, I mean, the ideal person will definitely give me some headaches. Wait, how did you get up there? Nuh-uh. I don't do parkour very well. I want up there! What was up there? There's a statue you gotta put the coins into.
Coins?
Yeah, those mysterious coins.
From who?
Within this circle.
What quest are you on?
I don't have that quest page, so I gotta get what it's called. But it's the mysterious coins one.
Maybe I already did it.
Coin. You gather 3 coins.
I feel like I already did this.
That's not what this one. That's not what the one I'm doing right now is. That's a completely different one. What is this one? You gather 3 coins and then you get 3 phoenix.
A green shiny pebble. Ooh.
My mission is at the moment.
Fishing answers. Search this area. Fishing for answers. Search the lighthouse keeper's secret spot. Oh, I'm supposed to be doing something totally different, I guess. Okay. Well.
Did you just herkader?
I said okie dokie. Okie dokie.
Oh.
We'll figure it out. Where does this go out to?
Well, if you romance somebody, are you stuck with that person, or can you change your mind?
I don't know. That, question, Mike Rob? Because, you know, I would assume that you be with them, you know?
I mean,
like how you should in a marriage. I don't know if it's like Stardew Valley where you can like divorce people. I know I got my glider. Ah! I've literally been waiting to go live so I could get it.
I don't know if I want to marry him. I was like, romance him. You know, like, what if I romance him? I'm like, oh, okay, you're actually kind of weird.
Well, then don't give them the chocolate roses. You only give chocolate roses, or the chocolates to whoever you think, you know, like you actually want to date.
I understand.
Yeah. Like. How did I get up there to begin with? Maybe I have to go up here first and then get over there.
I have no idea where Kenley lost his sandwich at.
It's I think it's if I remember correctly, it's in like sitting at a bench area in the village, Like there should be like by the waterfall, there should be like a little bench area. And it should be like over there somewhere.
Thank you. I assumed it would give me a marker.
Nope, you gotta find it. Hey, Moses! Moses! Welcome in, Moses! Guys, that means Moses gets to be the next chicken.
Moses. I'm gonna just tell you right now, this chicken is not the honor you're assuming it is.
Moses, thank you. See, Moses is already like, yes, I'll be a chicken. Bok, bok. I'm a chicken, see? Moses says he's a chicken. He's okay with being a chicken. Oh my goodness. What has this world come to? Okay, what do I have to do here? Fishing for answers, search this area. What am I searching for again? Search the lighthouse keeper's secret spot. You found all the letters. One told Jabari to meet him at their secret spot, which has a view of both the aqueduct and the entire bay. If you look there, maybe you'll find something. So it's not over here. You know, this looks like a nice little secret spot for stuff. I did not do that. Secret things. Nope. Now I gotta go. And then walk across. I saw this earlier. I want this plush. Can I just have this plush? Okay, it says something about an aqueduct. Or like a... Has the view of both the aqueduct and the entire bay. Aqueduct and entire bay. Aqueduct and entire bay. I'm guessing it's over here. How do I get there? I was thinking it was that area too, because you can see both the aqueduct and that. Or the outside of the lighthouse, maybe? Is there a secret spot? I didn't know you can go upstairs. Did you do the quest where the dog hid the part of the key? Probably. He's hid a lot of stuff since then. I've done a lot of searching for things that Tao leaves.
The answer is yes. Yes, she did. And then she showed me how to do it.
I was working on that one last night, then I got tired and logged off. Oh.
Last night he was already ahead of us.
Probably. So, there's not a way I can, like, go outside from inside? Like, how do I get up there? Motherfucker. I'm in a box.
Ha!
Anyway. I mean, if I were to go to a secret spot, it'd be either here, or if I wanted to look at the aqueduct and the ocean, it would be over there. So does that mean I gotta fly to over there? Let me go back up here.
This card game takes way too long.
Card game? Oh, the game I like playing. Okay, I'm gonna just do it.
My charge is right here, not plugged in anything else.
What? There's a tree! You know, see, I would assume it'd be like here. If I were to go to a secret place, where would I go? I'm probably gonna have to go all the way up there just to get back here. Oh my goodness. Will this take me there? Will I just be able to do this and get back up there? Is this where I'm supposed to go? Apparently not. I gotta make sure I leave room for things. Uncommon I don't need. Okay. Apparently not here. Oh! Because Wolverine left without saying bye. So I was like, oh! Look, there's these scrolls everywhere.
You can't pick them up.
I know, it makes me sad. View of both the aqueduct and the entire bay. I was thinking up at the lighthouse, but it says secret spot. That's what I was thinking up here. But then there's nothing. Except this scroll, so you'd expect, oh, it's a scroll. But then you can't read it. And then you go here, because you're like, oh, this looks like a cool secret spot. And there's nothing. But then you're like, well, the only other secret spot there would be is at the top of that. But how do you get there?
Just now realized you don't have birds to keep them safe. Just break things in the same time. Apparently this game is taking way longer than it should.
Oh, yeah, I'm bad at that game, but it's fun to play sometimes. Does it mean it could be on this side? Or do I need to go back over there? Oh, I'm out of the area. So it's not over here. It has to be on the other side. Oh, it's nighttime. I need to go back to where Zeki's at. I'm supposed to go down to the cavern. A timer ball? For what? A Swirlix? Oh. Okay. Well, after I talk to Zeki, I might find someone to raid, because my two's hurting really bad.
How do I end the game?
What do you mean you end the game?
Like the card game. I don't understand. Does this card game ever end?
Yeah. It ends usually really fast, and then you just leave. But you have to leave
I'm on
it.
round 22.
Round 22?
Okay, I won. Took 23 rounds. Never want to do that again. And I wanted fireworks prize bag. Okay, so where you at?
Black pearl. How do I find a black pearl?
Huh,
I'm guessing I have to get oysters.
I would drown in the ocean or in a sea of my own mistakes.
That's what Eden was talking about. I might have to find oysters and then open them. Find the black pearl is what I'm guessing. Yeah, I got a box of chocolates. A box of candies, usually given to show romantic intentions. We gotta wait. I need that for Tish. You gotta wait till you know her better. The black spot. This isn't, Moses, this isn't, not the black pearl as in, like, the whatchamacallit? I'm so thankful for your friendship, Pokey. I'm so glad to see you live again. Thank you, Moses. Yeah, I'm well, this is starting to hurt though, so I'm getting off, but soon. Like I said, hopefully, I can get it done and then I'll feel a lot better after that, and then feeling better from sickies. That I'm starting to feel better from. I think the amoxicillin helped a lot with that, but Tish and you are soulmates. Oh my goodness, Moses. And plus purple has a nice color. Oh, Moses. You know her well enough. No, you have to be a certain amount of hearts with her to give them one herb. It's just not gonna do you well, you know?
Try not to break stuff.
Want to know the best
Yeah.
way to support this local business? By spending your hard-earned coins here. Can we talk about something magical? Let's talk, kid. Just remember, I charge by the hour. It all started when I emerged from a void. Sifu says you can fix a flow battery. You've got Sifu working with a flow battery? That seems safe, super safe. If you need to fix that bad boy up, you'll need my help. And I just found out that I need to re-up my life insurance. Come on, do it for me, please. Sifu says you owe her a favor. Calm down, pal. I'm just yanking your tail. I can fix your little battery, but it still's gonna need to be refilled with rune fuel. And to get that, you need flow stones. Shame is, in the order running around confiscating them, there aren't many left. Flow stones. Lucky for you, I stashed a few in the mines a while back. I just need you to get them for me. Why is the order confiscating flow? Well, the stuff is super potent, explosive even. I gave Najuma a flowstone and she nearly blew Hadari's eyebrows off. If only she had. Anyway, that's horrible, Zeki. I'll repair the battery and you get these stones, yeah? Dot, dot, dot. Moses like, dot, dot, dot. And seriously, tell Sifu we're square after this.
Sorry, Furball.
10,000 for a coin. What is this? Moses! Hi, Moses. I'm just letting you know I can't read chat, so if you're in here, you have to say hi to me.
Yeah, Moses.
Moses? Redeem Bible verse. What Bible verse do you want me to read? Pick a verse, any verse. Howdy, Moses. Oh, that's crazy, Moses. Pick a verse, AJ. Pick a verse.
Oh wow, this facial gangsters cannot catch this fish.
While I wait, I'm gonna keep going. But let me know what Bible verse you want me to read. I'm thinking, okay, got it. Soon.
Does not look to be anything in the office.
Okay. Seki thinks he can use flowstones to fix the flow battery. Apollo has not very detailed hints to find them in Bahari Bay. Collect the flowstone near a ruin, near an exit, near water, near barrels, up high. Didn't he say in the mines? Matthew 6:33. Haha, Matthew 6:33. Seek him first in his righteousness, his kingdom, and all these things will be added unto you. I didn't even need to open the Bible for that one.
Impressive.
It's my favorite verse. Okay.
Stop at home and drop some of this stuff in storage so that I don't have issue carrying.
Dude, this is how I started feeling last night when I had to get off. Even though I took medicine, like my whole tooth area starts like pulsing and hurting. And I just don't feel good, and then I start to get a headache, and then it's just not good for me.
What medicine are you taking?
Huh? Well, right now I'm taking amoxicillin and then ibuprofen.
I just want to go on an adventure.
When was the last time you took the ibuprofen?
Literally while I was on stream. And I was asking Kat how long it takes to kick in.
Uh-huh. Ah.
Before you go, could you maybe teach me how to properly roast gillyfin? What do you need the stuff for? I just need a little time on my own. That's what's so wrong. You're like 12. Well, no, but thanks for getting me gear. I'll talk to you later, okay? Oh, and before you go, take the super awesome fire-breathing dragonfly I caught today. Take care of the little guy.
I got even more
jewel
fun
wing
planned for next
dragonfly.
time.
I think I already have one. There's a lot of stuff I need to do in Bahari Bay. But I guess we'll do that next time. I know, it's not fun. Thank you for that, Moses. I appreciate it. Okay. Let's see who's on. We're gonna go say hi. It's about Jesus. Jesus all my kids. Who do you want to say hello to today? That is the question. Jesus on my head. So we're gonna, I think, raid someone new. I mean, they're playing with my friend Trevor. They're playing Fortnite. It's really hard for me to find people who play Palia. I mean, there was someone that normally does, but she's playing Animal Crossing right now, so. Her name is Like a Duff for real. She plays. She's playing with like 1, 2, 3 different people. Okay, we'll make sure we copy the message, and I will see you guys over there. I will see you guys next time. And we will continue on. Hopefully I can get my computer fixed for other things. But fun stuff. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you all, and I will see you guys over there. Bye. Oh, follows only. That's okay. If she's playing with Trevor, she's cool. That just makes me sad. Okay. I love how we all were like, followers only, chat. Oh, I guess you gotta follow